Okay, I have never played Rise of the Golden Idol before. I did play all of Golden Idol and its DLC blind on stream. Excellent game. Probably one of the best in its class when it comes to like mystery games. I thought that basically every case was really well done, and I really liked the way that they like wove a meta narrative through every case. There was like a single thread that wasn't really explored in each of them that all tied together at the end, which was cool. So I'm excited to see more of that. Um, Probably just gonna play with a mouse and keyboard. Don't know if the audio balance is right, so as we play, let me know if it's too loud or too quiet or whatever. I guess all I can infer about this game is that it seems like it's Golden Idol, but set more in like modern times. Solve scenarios involving murder and other strange events. Drag words into the collect slots. Yep. We just need to gather evidence that death had been a murder. Got it. Still looks great. First, explore the location, clicking on all hotspots and gathering all words. Rubber baton. Sweet pine cigarettes. They're going to give us some red herring words. Ring of keys. Patients in Special Care Unit C. Oh, they just dump all the names in there. That's great. St. Turner. Prison? Asylum? Hotel? Chewed cloth strap. Straight jacket. Redwood. So I have all words. I have all spots. Okay, I have to open the bars on the bottom. So we can look at our words. Already done how to play. We can look at our names to figure out who each of them are. I guess one of those is pretty straightforward, right? This guy is Morg Braca. Probably. I mean, maybe they're going to do something fancy and he's wearing someone else's clothes. Events. Blank. Blank. Killed blank with a blank. There we go. It probably killed Morg Braca, right? With a strap from a straitjacket, it looks like. In the blank. This looks like this is an asylum, if they're straitjackets, right? And we said this was Redwood. So we just gotta get the last guy and his job. Okay. Maybe I'm meant to infer from him not speaking English. Beauty salon manager. It's probably the professor of ancient Lemurian history, let's be honest, having played the other Golden Idol game and DLC. That's Auriel Toussaint. It gives me a confirmation here. Okay. Oh, from the cell number. I just don't know whose cell this necessarily is, right? I want to leap in logic. It's the accountant. Because it could also have been... Morg Braca. I guess we're meant to understand it's not his cell because he has like orderly outfit with a name tag and he's like listening to music. Okay. Cool. Chewed through his straitjacket strap and suddenly strangled the nurse. Cell 202. Oh, hey, Lazarus Hurst. Is he still immortal? I don't remember what actually happened to him at the very end of the story. That is known to be a myth. Okay. Curse. Congratulations on finishing your first case. Chapter 1, The Curse. How's the audio balance, by the way? Alright, that was the very end of the final case. Oh, this is cool. Death of a Brilliant Mind. Car's engine is running. I love the art style. Deborah. Warned you about marrying into that family. Also has a wedding ring. Okay. Bagman. Cyril Bagman. She's presumably Deborah, and they're married, right? This is added with the DLC, so we will end up doing it. 6 p.m. Stockyard Street, IN. Red pen. Man is not breathing. I like that they do this thing where they automatically give you all of the relevant words and instead of requiring you to click through all of them. Criticize my own work. Okay. So his last name is Novak. In the age of computers, math is the new frontier. Later. It's a lot of names. Stairs. There's still a spot I have to find. This one. Alright, so let's review everything then. Sir Isaac. Let's say he's Isaac then, probably. Nice, everything is correct. Discovered the body of... Was there because he did something, okay. There because he something the something fell from the stairs, maybe. Yeah, I really liked where like all of the stuff about inferring that the golden idol was being used to make people immortal was just something that was kind of hidden in every case, but was never required to solve the cases until it was almost over. I thought that was really neat. And key lighter. Okay, and we've got this like recurring symbol here, right? This one. 6 p.m. We can see the slip, ice and snow. Slipped on the stairs. 2 or fewer are incorrect, so something else happened. He didn't slip from the stairs. So are they trying to deliberately trick me here? Yeah, it's very smart. I guess the idea is that this slip mark is here, but there's no footprints up by the cigarettes. And he has cigarettes, but none of the cigarettes he has are from that machine. Okay. I like when they, like, bait you with the wrong answer. I think that's very clever. So we know it's going to end up being fell from, slipped on, went for, collided with. It would be funny if he collided with the car, right? That's what I originally thought when I first saw this. Oh, what should we do? He's got the injury on his face, too. It's his red pen. Let me see if it's as simple as that. It's still an early case, which is why I assume they wanted me to do something early here. Even that's not right, okay. You'd say he went for the cigarettes, but he still has cigarettes on him, right? So it wouldn't make sense for him to be doing that. They're clearly trying to teach me something here, right? I guess there's this, which doesn't have anything to click on, and maybe what they're trying to say is figure it out based on there's not always going to be something to click on, but I'm guessing that yellow, I noticed that early and wasn't able to click on it. I guess there's a gap in the snow here. You have bridge as an option, right? Okay. Cute. Got it. Yeah, I think the game is really well designed, too, because it's like, you can kind of get in the developer's head where they're like trying to get you to do certain things, right? Make certain assumptions. Oh, it's because his shirt sleeve was yellow. That's what was supposed to definitively connect those two things. Okay, that makes sense. Innovation for funding Brandon. Rare talent fund. Okay, we just read about Brandon with that couple. Oh, this is interesting. This is like testing for overall comprehension. A few days later. Rare talent fund. How do I bring that back up? That's this? Okay. This is smart. I like that they're doing this. Should be Brandon Bagman's tuition, right? Motivation for funding. Because it also maybe sets up the expectation that you might have to go back into the cases to review some of this information again to get the full story. Exam results are poor. Son took after his father. Best way to get out of a scenario is just escape exit scenario. Affected by the... So can I not actually fill this in yet? It will let me start filling this in early before I get all the necessary words from doing other story sequences. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Brutal blue-collar departure. It looks like I was like not able to fill it in because I was missing some words of the right color to fill in here. Whoa. Foreman Joel Gregson. Following this, the body was found unexpectedly. Okay. I can't fill that in right away. Man is not breathing. Just dismantling the old sewage pipes in the construction pit first. Dig out the old electric cables. Demolish the red garage building. I kind of like going through and getting all the words first and then trying to solve it. Just try to get like the big picture and then dive into all the clues again. Now, vehicles. Demolisher, excavator, and cutter. Best build. I see. So I need to know who is driving each of them and what the device is. That seems like that's definitely the cutter. That should be the demolisher. That's the excavator. Okay. Whoever's Bill is running the cutter, is that what we said? Got another corpse. Okay, so it is, in fact... She's not reporting on this since he just found that. Following this, the body of whoever. So that was... Oh, I can move these. That's good to know. Joel Gregson. Who is the dead foreman. She's Miranda Meadows. Oh, I can. Thanks, that's helpful. Yeah, I've been wanting to like just click back into the one behind it. Upsetting accident indeed. Luke Brown. Well, for now, let's assume that what seems to be the case is the case. Roy Sampson. I guess I'll fill these all in. Should know this guy too. I didn't write it down when I first checked him. Ian Worth. Case notes from 1977. I gotta do a Golden Idol 3 now that takes place in like a cyberpunk future, right? Out of order since yesterday. I requested the repair team. You can check with the head office. Ted. It's that guy's Ted. Shit happens, Monty. Shit happens. Ted, Monty. Okay. Now we have the basic idea. Let's look around for everything else. Werder Totsky. So by process of elimination, the other guy must be Bill. That's probably Bill. And then if he's Bill, he was in the cutter. So he's not Werder, and he's not, because digging out would be the excavator. Totsky would be the demolisher. So Bill is the third one. You see where I got this third name that's referenced here. Any crystal. Okay, so they all have lights on their thing that tells you whether it's dead or not. That one has one light. That one has no lights. So the one that's out of order is the cutter, presumably, which is what he was saying. It's been out of order since yesterday. You can check with the head office. Okay. And I'm not allowed to see his case notes. Miranda Meadows, Ian Worth, Luke Brown, Hunter Wolf, Jenkins Sampson. Where did I get Jenkins and Sampson? That's pretty funny. Oh, it's Sampson's from him. So where did I get... Oh, Mr. Jenkins. Okay, I missed him saying that before. Do I? Okay, so Bill Jenkins, and then Ted and Monty, it's 50-50, but I don't know if they would make a case that is deliberately trying to get me to bifurcate. I tried to avoid bifurcating if I could avoid it last game, but it is a place where I can definitely do that completely safely, right? Ted, Monty, I guess maybe I have another way to figure it out, so... Werder is the one that was digging out the electric cables. Everything is solvable without guessing. Okay. Totsky was the demolisher. It's probably the picture. Tell from his fucked up lips. Okay, it's probably him. So this guy is the one in the excavator, which is Werder. And that makes him Totsky. Okay, everything is correct. Beautiful. Sewage pipe. Looks like that's supposed to be a pipe. Like the demolisher is the only one that makes sense based on the wound in the side of the pipe, but... Shit. An accident. They're like instructed to fuck with the pipe, right? First dismantle the old sewage pipes. Yeah, so I think we're saying it has to have been the excavator, because I think that big claw could have also made that dent in it. So the excavator guy was... Well, we know Bill Jenkins is the cutter. That's Bill Jenkins. We know the guy with the crazy lips is the excavator, and this guy is the demolisher. Everything is correct. Great. So that's Ted Werder. Okay, well then it must be the demolisher like I originally thought. I guess they're really depending on the injury to the pipe. Yeah. That's Monty Totsky. Okay. Yeah, okay. Need to remove the sewage pipe. The cutter vehicle is out of order. Oh, okay. They would have used the cutter normally is the point. Yeah. Another body inside the pipe. You have seen his body. It would be a shame if it got out of the man who was an inspiration in the world was just another junkie, like one of those homeless deadbeats. Talk to the commissioner. Okay. So it was Luke Brown. It's found in a sewage pipe. Train's gonna just go, yeah, because I don't have the green stuff yet. I really like them having the explicit "do you understand the big story" stuff now. Although it was kind of cool to have it just on the periphery throughout the entire first game. Sudden announcement of a sinister cult. We got lots of sinister cults in Golden Idol. This guy again. Drug cult thing. Awesome 13, Beetle 4, Cougar 9. I do like having all the recurring characters across the different cases. It's cool. Seb on the podium. Demonic drug cult expert. Bastion. I provoke a string of bum deaths. All disfigured his face. Third World Light, Wisdom Interconnected, Rare Talent Fund. Okay, we've heard about that. Well, this guy is Jack. Something. Support my cousin. Father was the greatest scientist of the modern age. It's a lot of shit. Seb claimed. Only gonna press charges. One of the few corruption-free institutions we have. The Red Curse. Deliberate assassination through telepathy? Okay. Tiger 98. Gecko 71. Monkey 34. We already knew about Beetle 4. Bullet wounds, murder. Body release date. Allied States of Hesperia. Victim. Okay, it's probably the Beetle one, I'm guessing. Just plug that in really quick and come back when I learn more. Red curse cases. Yeah, okay, the Luke had red eyes. First victim, Luke Brown. Penny Crystal friend, Hunter Wolf work from the evidence from that paper. Okay. Possum 13. Connected to Cougar 9. Elizabeth Novak. Okay, yeah. Adam Novak. That's the scientist who fell from the bridge. Sir Isaac Novak is the world-famous scientist and philanthropist. Okay. Jack Novak's the nephew, I understand. Computer, let me in. Command not recognized. Okay. Walsh board position. Guessing it's Walsh. It made it sound like he's the commissioner. I don't know that I have a better surname for him. Oh. Gonna guess that's Elizabeth. It's the brother, probably. Okay, that's smart. By process of elimination. Then you have to track the... Cool. Victims separately. So the brother was Adam Novak. I don't know. He's got that cool little tattoo looking thing. And no one else's face is disfigured. Well, why do I think it's Beetle 4? I got that pretty early, I think. Go to Sebastian's office immediately. I thought you called the conference. Alright, so I think economy of characters, this probably has to be Adam Novak. Body lies on table A, B, C, and D. All right, so C died from blunt trauma to the back of the head. This one's definitely going to be A, so this is A, C, and then it's down to B and D. Unconnected or unknown connected to Cougar 9. Asphyxiation with a rope, suicide. That one looks like that's asphyxiation with a rope. So it must be table B, which would be the most interesting one. Death is linked to the red curse. 2 or fewer are incorrect. Okay. Wouldn't be Cougar 9 because it's supposed to be green. Because we can try to figure out what's up with Cougar 9. Just none of these guys. Let's go back and just read everything again now that I have the big picture. This does mention Cougar 9. We never got to see his case files. We just knew he had them in the previous case, right? Homeless deaths are all part of the red curse. High profile case, string of bum deaths. All disfigured his face. CEO EN. Elizabeth Novak. For my cousin. Clearly connected to Cougar 9. Cougar 9. Ah, okay. Red curse cases. So that's weird. I must have something else wrong here. Like it being connected to the red curse has got to be the only thing that matters here. So if that's not Adam Novak, who else could it be? Let's see if I can figure it out. Related to the board position, which is interesting. I guess it says cause of death unknown, but clearly connected to Cougar 9, so I guess it could be Dirty William instead of Adam Novak. Huh. 2 or fewer are incorrect whether I do Adam Novak. That's fucking weird. Okay. Maybe Adam Novak is Dirty William? Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. Let me think about it. We know this guy's Sebastian Walsh. During the conference, go back and look at that. High profile case, string of bum deaths. Oh, these are going to have to be the different gray case names. Homeless deaths. Or the conference offered, showed something, a blank and a computer. Hey, Ravanon, how you doing? Let me read through these again. I'm clearly missing something. Possum 13, Beetle 4, Cougar 9. I think we've already established that those are all related, right? Because Dirty William is Possum 13. Okay. On a container, clearly connected to Google 9, Cougar 9. Mr. Wolf. I guess, is there somewhere where I can see what today's date is? Guess I should look at these dates. I haven't been following that. December 7th, 1977 is the one on table B. Oh, is it really? This is from the other case. I guess I just assumed that that wasn't. Okay. I feel like they wanted me to think it was this, and then the big surprise is that it's from the other case. I should look for other, like, obvious dates and stuff that's standing out. Case something has a strong something. Well, so there's a strong drug connection. One of these is going to be a tragic accident. Yeah, so Beetle 4 is the tragic accident. And then I think Cougar is our, yeah, Red Curse cases. Okay, got it. claimed tragic accident. Beetle 4 has a drug connection. I see. So what he's claiming versus what's actually true, because we're saying connected to Cougar 9, unknown, cause of death. I think I get it. He's saying he just fell, it's not a big deal. They're after his reputation. As the commissioner said, the death was a tragic accident, but it actually isn't. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. One offered Sebastian Walsh a board position in a computer. I'm gonna guess it's Elizabeth. Sebastian Walsh. Heard that Isaac Novak was the victim of a tragic accident, but that's not true. And clearly there's some shit going on with the Golden Idol. So who did the offer? Wisdom interconnected. I think that's what she has in her pocket, right? Sounds like she's the CEO. Wisdom interconnected. What do I have wrong here? Oh, I accidentally put Samson. Do I? Oh, thanks, Robin. I just saw your message. Sebastian Walsh offered him a lucrative board position with one of the foundations he led. Hide facts about her father's death. Okay. Cause of death weak. Same affliction strong. No foreign substances. Name the Red Curse. After being contacted by somebody, Blanked worried that everyone would think Blank had been a drug user. Probably Elizabeth Novak. Worried that Isaac Novak. Oh, I see. They tried to bait me here, right? Sebastian Walsh. And I guess it's Elizabeth, right? I think that one, it said EN in the letter. Double check. Mommy. Yeah, okay, it's probably Elizabeth. Got it. Cute. Maiden name Novak. Laboratory investigation found. Click this. Cougar 9 notes. Benny's place. Drug pushing office. Warp warehouse would not let us in without a warrant. Nice. Assume somebody's testing out their weapon on homeless people, basically, the Golden Idol. Barely knew Luke Brown, they were not friendly. Hunter Wolf, unable to find this person. Okay, maybe someone is secretly Hunter Wolf. It's just another junkie, like one of those homeless deadbeats. I won't tell anyone, but there are those who might. I suggest you talk to the commissioner. Either Red Curse victim had been a drug user, I think is the idea, because of the lack of foreign substances. Okay. Zero evidence. Hey, nice. That's fun. Okay. Roseth, Isaac Novak went to see someone at somewhere. I like having you revisit all of the cases here to try to get the macro story. That's a cool choice. So he's going to give the speech at Imperial University, but I don't think that's where he's going to meet someone, though. Caleb Reynolds, Thomas Crow, John Robkin, Pine Street, Eastlake, Darkwood Avenue, Kings Court, Eastlake Manor, and Selm. Any of those come up? Said there's a thing I can use to navigate the scenarios. Okay. Stockyard, Low Street, Stockyard. Stockyard and Low Street are our only street addresses, I think. Okay. That's not the connection there. I have a meeting at 45C Stockyard Street. Okay. I think that's the Steelside Warehouse is what this is saying. Steelside Warehouse, yeah, okay. A few days later, someone connected to the blank provoked blank into bribing blank who stopped the investigation into blank's death. So it's Sebastian Walsh stopped the investigation into Isaac Novak's death. Connected to the something. You think about it. Well, I guess we know who did the bribing, right? This has to be a place? Let's see the body. Really saying the fall disfigured the face because he didn't want anyone to see his red eyes. Okay. I love him doing computer let me in. That's funny. Yeah, so I don't know. Someone connected to the... It's not going to be the university. It's not going to be the sewage pipe. Go back. And I guess, is it just the Steelhead warehouse again? Okay. I guess, am I meant to get... Oh. I'll ask a question in a second. I'm sitting on the shelf for all this time. Cool. Let me review this just to see. Was there meant to be more conclusive evidence that it was someone connected to the Steelside warehouse who did the provocation here? I mean, I presume that because, like, who else would it be at this point? Like an economy of characters thing. I have no reason to expect that it's like the FARP warehouse or whatever. The first panel, the guy buying the idol happens at the end of the first game. That's cool. I like that it's just sitting on the shelf for years. It's a nice touch. Chapter 2, The Pursuit. The lost power is sought. I like viewing these via the TVs. It's a nice touch. Games are very stylish. Zen Center Rendezvous. Now, do you have to solve the story stuff to move on to the additional cases? Does it actually block you, or can you just keep going? Bad rug. She pulled back from my kiss. That's cool. Woman is crying. Well, yeah, that's how you get Steelside Warehouse as the first answer, right? Before his death, he went to meet someone at the Steelside Warehouse. I got that part, because that's in his pocket here. It's this one, or no, it's in his office. So that's, you find out 45C Stockyard Street, that matches up with the main chapter marker here. It says that that's the Steelside Warehouse. So I get how that's how you populate this one, but I don't know how someone connected to the Steelside Warehouse is the one who provokes Elizabeth Novak into doing the bribing. I think all we know is that he's connected to it. No worries. I think these are all still Well, at the moment they're red herrings. They're probably not permanently going to be red herrings. Oh, that's supposed to be how you get Hunter Wolf? Okay, that's cute. Thank you. And we see he's connected to Steelside. Burning a passport. Eccentric Historians Harmony Foundation. Yeah, it makes sense. Probably should assume that almost every detail is relevant in some way. Strange artifacts. Hey. More strange artifacts. Spray can. Okay, so we know the date based on the moon phase. That's cool. I feel like there's only so many kinds of things you can use for puzzles in this. So stuff like that is clever. Play the other two till September. Turn that Lincoln artifact I took in the divorce. You're gonna be robbing us blind. Interesting. Alright, well, we should be able to know the specific date based on it being a crescent moon. We get that specific with it. I guess we can narrow down the dates, right? So it's crescent on the left. And it's going this way. So it's somewhere between the 13th and the 20th. Let me open a text file here. Okay. And we get something else that tells us more about the time of day. For anything else that hints at dates of any kind here. If you're free on Friday, I could bring it then. Visit for me on Friday. Swing by on Friday. Okay. Well, that seems to suggest that if we're meant to infer from all that that this is Friday, it would make sense if today was the 17th. That's the only thing I have to go by here. It's fine Friday evening, right? August 17th. That's cute. Resulted in something. Did you, like, bury the guy's body in the Zen garden? This is the Harmony Foundation. It's the HF, I think, is what that's supposed to be. Has to be both gray, though. I guess someone's death, right? Okay, cool. Oh, and then that only that unlocks the events. That's cute. I like how little information they give you in this one. That's cool. Death and Golden Idol? Okay, well, it's got to be the artifact, right, if we're metagaming it, because that would tie into the rest of the story. The idea is that there's two things. It could be that the person came here to confiscate the credit card and didn't because she killed him, which is why she still has the credit card, right? Or he didn't show up. Delay the other two until September. So only one of them showed up is what we're saying. Okay. So it's not that he's dead. I guess I meant to take the credit card to mean that it's not this one. It's not the chief auditor. I also need that passport we discussed. But she burns the passport. So is it right to think that it's the ex-husband with the... visited blank to blank and blank for something. Okay. To return... an artifact... or forgiveness. Ex-husband visited historian. During the meeting, ex-husband suddenly tried to kiss, maybe? He always was a thief, but did it have to go that way? Okay, you can zoom in. That's cool. Okay, so he came by and started breaking in to try to search through her shit. I see. Suddenly tried to rob the historian. Something I'm missing here, though. Let's see if I can figure out the rest of it. Got the... spray can. Okay, there's this can here with the green, and then she has green on her hands, I thought I noticed. There's the shovel. That's cute. It's a cute way to get us some of these words like kiss, right? Oh, I see. So falls out the window, grabs onto the curtain, falls through. I guess they kind of like hide the banister right at the edge of the screen there. That's kind of clever. Lands here. There's the green stuff. Hits his head on the rock, which still has blood on it. And she just buried the body. Okay. Yeah, I like their willingness to play around with what they exclude from the crime scene and just require you to infer a lot of it. All right, historian, sprayed ex-husband with... I don't think it's going to be pepper spray. Is it just the hairspray? I mean, there's the bottle there, but I can't see... I guess that must be the hairspray, so we can infer that's the pepper spray. Okay. And then... well, we know ex-husband fell and hit a rock, right? We opened a drawer, is that what we're saying? I think I have the basic idea. I guess what are the things that... we verbed a couple green nouns. So what are our green nouns? Let's try to rule them out. So it's not rock, because that's what it falls on at the end. It's not going to be the safe or the artifact. I guess the drawer is open. It could be open the drawer. I guess there's pepper spray here. Well, that's on her fingers, though. I guess it's on this... is that the rug? Did what to the rug? Oh, like pulled the rug back and then he fell backwards? Incorrect. Okay. Incorrect must mean that I'm, like, super wrong here. Maybe I'm basing this too much on the assumption that it's necessarily going to have to do with the artifacts. Hold on. I guess the idea is that we see all these artifacts, but one of them isn't the artifact, right? Someone is trying to rob her here. I guess you're meant to see how many of them are accounted for is what this is all about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then that one doesn't have the check mark on it, which is perhaps the actual idol itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's not here. Okay. So we do have the burning passport. Just replace ex-husband with the colleague. Nope, I'm still not on the right idea. Well, it's not return an artifact for forgiveness anymore. If it is the colleague, it's The gemstone on the list. It might be that thing is the gemstone. Okay. The idea is that the, like, golden idol is all broken up. These are all individual pieces of it. They wouldn't go to the trouble of mentioning all these artifacts. Maybe they just had them on there to, like, tie into later. I feel like that's something that's kind of cool about the big meta story puzzle, that they can put stuff in there that acts kind of as a red herring for the individual cases, but matters to the bigger case. So it's not just, like, completely there as a waste. Okay, we don't need that. I feel like I'm on the right track with this, but I must have... These must be wrong. It's not return an artifact for forgiveness. It could still be something with an artifact. Exchange artifact for money? Okay. So, colleague and his... historian's obviously right. Colleague is right. Could be wrong here. I guess I'm assuming that they wouldn't give me pepper spray unless if both can... I guess they both have a... That looks like that's a different can, but I can try changing that to hairspray. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't just use the bottle that was already in there. Maybe the idea is she doesn't store them together or something. Buried the body, burned the fake passport she had provided for him. Oh, because she has the big hair. That's funny. Lazarus Hurst. Yeah, granted eternal life. Modern historians agree the idol never existed. No one thinks this anymore. Not this one. Yeah, 'cause it's not, it's just, it can by stealing life, but that's because it has more complex mechanics. That's cool. Looks like we need more information. We know Lazarus Hurst. Sternwall. How different they make all these settings. No gambling, no tobacco, no cell decorations without an officer's permission. Cell numbers are from left to right in some hallways and right to left in others. Okay. Flowers for inner growth, donated by the Harmony Foundation. Ben, don't be a bad kitty. Cartoon fun with Alfred Beasley. He unplugs the capture card. I apologize in advance. Awareness, splitting space, end of soul. Our mutual hero, the artist Alfred Beasley, passed away in 1973. Find meaning in his drawings, I see. Remembering the date of our loved one's death. Cute. Little bastard detective. Abstract sculpture made of paper. Did he use that to find the hidden message or something? Glue and scissors. Gotcha. Barred window. Pouch of tobacco. Whenever I see people drawing the tally marks on the wall, I think of that joke in Top Secret, the Zucker brothers who made Airplane, where he's like writing the tally marks on the wall. There's like 20 of them. He's like, oh man, it's almost been 20 minutes. Sheets. Working in the laundry room. Kempton's organizing their poker game. 1 full tobacco pouch. He always wins no matter what he's betting on. Not that one, you muppet. And they play that sport. You begin with number 28, but you're the boss. Okay, so this is either 29 or 27. I work at the university, nothing but paper. That's pretty funny. Good job, Percy. You're trying, buddy. What a visionary. Okay. He got a tool that he used. Probably gave him the paper scissors for cutting the holes in the sculptures, my guess. Love, lust, and a laundromat. Pack of marked playing cards. Oh, there's a second floor. Whoa. Okay, well, we saw the sheets. With this window up here. I see. Jeremy's got a honker. Looks like that's Jeremy then. So that was Percy, I think. Okay. Mr. Kendall. Gonna guess that's Mr. Smith. We'll see. Assault rifle and a handgun. That's Utley. You'll just see a double-headed coin. Is this the how is he always winning at gambling guy? Okay, hold on. Kempton. That's cool. Very Edgar Final Fantasy VI of you. New nickname, A Neighbor. Okay. So you can get more names from that. Torment is nearly over. Dog. Can't do anything with that. Blunt hacksaw blade and a drain pipe. Henry Wakefield. Maintenance contract work. Okay. Property of Stonewall. Some stuff missing. Oh, he's got the wire cutters. I guess it's the pliers. I see. Well, that seems pretty helpful. Jason, Robert. Oh, that's cute. Cover up the last name with the sign. I like that. I'll be working the graveyard shift every night. Get your bloody ears tested. We didn't hear anything is beyond me. I see. Sure. Alright, so we can get their basic names taken care of here, right? Jason Kempton. Looks like him. Robert. Guy's Daniel Utley. And there's a Jimmy and an Arthur. One of them is going to be a red herring, I guess. Oh, now we know what we're looking for. Let's start back over and start looking at everything from scratch again. He's the neighbor of this guy. Interesting is I have the cells, but I can only see, is there... These are all I'm meant to be able to see of the cells, right? Okay, the only reason I know there are more is because they're indicated there. Okay, here's more information. Utley. Henry. All right, so of these, the only one we know is Utley. That one's probably Kempton. His neighbor is either Pakenham or Kempton. So let's go back outside. Okay. "27's Utley. He's currently standing in front of 28. That means this could be 2930, or it could be 2726. Great. Very helpful. I guess this is covering the window to show that he was trying to climb out with the... I see. So there's 5 of these, right? But I only have 4 criminals. So the missing name is the one that snuck out that's probably in the cell all the way on the side. Love, lust, and a laundromat. Marked playing cards. Sainsbury delivering something next door. Probably Percy Sainsbury then. Let's see. And then we were yelling at... I think it was yelling at Henry. It's absurd. I don't know this guy's name yet. I don't think I can do it based on pulling it out from the other first names. Jason, Robert, Jimmy, Arthur, Daniel. We have Jeremy, we already have Percy. Probably not going to be Julia. I think we saw Patrick somewhere. Let me back it way up here. Read through everything. Stephen Aria is not going to be it. I'm not missing anything here. I guess it's a lot of permission to decorate this cell, huh? I guess we could probably assume that if Kempton has the marked playing cards and the 2-headed coin, that this is Kempton's cell here. Jason Kempton. And we're already kind of assuming that he must be 28. Okay. But I already inferred that, so that's not super helpful. Pakenham is a neighbor to Utley. Gotta figure out whose room this is. Pouch of tobacco. Any way to tell who's the one who's the smoker? Not easily. Okay, this guy says just one more year and that'll be me, free as a bird, so... He might be the one who's only here for 17 years. Yeah, that would make sense. For 7 years. Jimmy. Okay. I like this case a lot. This one's got a lot of abstract stuff. He's next to Utley. So that means Arthur is the one who got out? But I don't have a thing for Arthur, that's right. Yeah, it's smart. Blank, who is in prison for blank, got out of his cell through a blank. Okay, hold on. Arthur was in prison for murder. Arthur something. Through a window. The one that has the hacksaw. Hey, Leon. It's going well. Hacksaw is like got discarded out here, right? Yeah, blunt hacksaw blade. He's trying to fix the cuts in the fence. Got it. Probably from Percy, right? I wish it didn't. I guess it only lets you do that once you've confirmed the names, right? Oh, I guess he got a lot of different things from different people, so maybe that's not right. You just know he's Arthur. Let's try to fill in the rest of their names here. So, Daniel Utley, Jason Kempton. I feel like I've heard the name Patrick, but I have to go back and click through everything again. Let's do that. Guess he's got the full tobacco pouch up here. Oh, and there's it's 6 years. He's got one more year, right? So if this is 6 years and he's got one more year, I just figured out who that was. That was Jimmy. We don't know his surname yet is the problem. Well, we know it's not Utley. We know it's not Kempton, which is missing. We don't know. Beswick, Pakenham. I guess it's a 50-50 on that for now, unless I can find more information somewhere else. Yeah, that'd be really nice. I guess when you click on it, it tells you all the words you got from it on the left side there, so I can try to use that. This is where we got it. Our commanding officer, Patrick. I think that's Patrick Kendall. I just gotta get their last names now. But one of the last names I'm missing is the one that's not here. So we know that the guy that is got 1 year left is Jimmy. He's over here. Barred window. Sheets are intact. He does it during the soap opera. This one's tricky. I guess I could start working on this. I haven't even looked at it at all so far. Maybe that gets me more information about other people here. Two 1973. Yeah, give me a sec to mess around with it here. I'll ask for help if I get stuck. 1973. Looking for colors here. We were like drawing a shape, so this is 2. This is 8. 1, 2, 8, 1. Two, 8, 1, 7, 3. No, 7's orange. It's 2, 8, 1973. I need the pink one. 2, 8, 1, 9, 7, 3. Like, how many total are here? 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So assumed it was going to be like a shape that I was going to have to apply to some other document, but I don't see anything else that matches that general shape. Find meaning in his drawing is the key to escaping our torments. It's how he escapes. Stephen Aria. I don't really know where they're going with this right now. I get the idea of the order in which I'm looking at stuff. 8, 1, 9, 7, 3. Oh, okay. I guess looking at this helps me figure out what the... I thought they were wanting me to do something more complex, but I'm literally just writing out the order, so is it... So just like say what the thing is, I guess. I don't have a box. You have a flower. That is... Well, we could just do the ones that are that obviously correspond. So 3 is this, which I guess is the saw. Okay, because this is how he gets the hacksaw. Tells him where to find it, I suppose. This is a equals sign. Okay. 9 is... book. And then 1... I don't know what that is. Like a towel? Okay, well, why don't we look at each symbol and see what it could be? Guessing he got the saw inside a book is the point. This is not a bone, not a cut, not a ladder, not a saw, not a book. I guess it could be a disguise, but that would be weird. Nose inside, maybe, because he's in the box. It feels weak, but it's not a cake. It's not a flower. So that's a rope. It's not a spine. Climb equals run or tie. Inside is the only thing that makes sense. And I guess that makes sense. Like, you're supposed to get the saw inside something. Inside... 2, 8. Inside... 1, 9. This thing... What can this be? It's not also going to be a book, right? Because that's a book. It's not a bone, it's not a cut, it's not a ladder, it's not a saw. I mean, it looks like, I guess it could be a book, but... Sky is a nose, inside. Cake. Don't think it's supposed to be a cake. That wouldn't really fit, though. Are we saying that this is a book and this is the spine of the book? See if it gives it to me. Okay. I don't know. I feel like this obviously being a book is too distracting from the whole solution, given that the rest of them are all like super different from each other, but I guess what are you gonna do? I don't think that the color matters for any of the other ones. I guess this is the equal sign, this is the saw, this is the ladder, but this is like a purple guy, so like the fact that he's inside is kind of weird. I like what they were going for with that. I think that was a little... They probably should have changed one of those to be maybe a spine, like a spine instead of a book spine, right? Maybe that was too creepy looking for what's supposed to be like a children's puzzle. Okay, so inside flower book spine equals saw. You got from a person. From Stephen Aria, technically, right? So that's who wrote, at least that's what he claims his name is. Your friend, Stephen Aria. I hope the prison officers will allow you to hang this poster inside your cell. Yeah, it's a minor thing. It stood out to me as kind of weird. Given that the rest of it's really great. So we've got the fire extinguisher clearly on the wall there. I guess I only know one of these, and I don't know if the cells are going up or down. I suppose if I just pick one, I can figure the rest of it out from there. I guess this doesn't actually care about the cell numbers, it just cares about the relative cells, in which case we know if this is the wall, then there's two more off to the right that are off screen. Okay. So this is Jimmy or whatever, right? He's the one that's about to get parole. Okay. So I think that means that our guy who escaped is this one. Which tracks. So then it's probably the guy with the two-headed coin, which is that guy. And then that means this is the only guy who can be a neighbor, which means that has to be him. Oh. I don't think they're saying that. Oh, right, he's the neighbor of this guy. Yeah, that would have been easy. And I guess I have no... Well, I guess they're neighbors either way, right? So... How would I have done that without bifurcating? You know, I can get some more names then if I have that. That's Utley so this is 27 is Utley. That's 28. That's 29. Jimmy Beswick. Okay. And then Blythe is the missing person. Did the name Blythe come up in the previous game? It sounds familiar. Utley's last name lets me distinguish between those two. Okay, and that must be Robert Pakenham. Okay. Cool. Arthur Blythe, who was in prison for murder, got out of his cell through a window using a saw blade he got from Stephen Aria. He entered the yard via a pipe, right? He, like, climbed down it? I guess he used sheets. Via A sheets. He must have climbed over the wall by attaching sheets, which he must have gotten from the guy next door, right? Although he still has his sheets, so infer that they don't have the sheets. That's the answer to that. It's to the bars from his cell, right? Bars from his window. That's funny. So, like, he used it as like a grappling hook, basically. Okay. Wire cutters, which he got from, that would have been from Percy. Sainsbury. Yeah, it looks like he, like, took the pipe down. Drain pipe. Oh, I'm just stupid and didn't see the word pipe. Okay. He got the sheets. See, this is where I don't know how abstract they want me to be. They just want me to say, well, he didn't get the sheets from him because he still has sheets, right? Do they all have different sheets is the question. I guess we can guess that it's Beswick and see if it yells at me. Okay. Maybe he just has two sets of sheets. That was a good one. That was a bit more complicated. Here's the noise from my fellow inmates. Television to cover the sound of them sawing through his window bars at night. And they did the cool Shawshank Redemption thing where he hides it with a poster. Always fun. Top League again. I guess setting this in the 70s does open them up to set another one in like the 90s or the 2000s or whatever. Formerly worked at the Museum of Lemurian History. Okay. Oh, that's interesting that they even show some of these on here. All right. I like the way that they, like, hint at the story as you progress without giving you enough information to solve it. It's clever. Miss drive-in theaters. It's a cool setting to investigate, though. Ticket stub. Old Beck Mason. Neptune difference. Thanks to our one-of-a-kind Neptune crystal. It's pretty funny. Miss Cunningham's gonna fire me if I can't get this fixed. Appreciate that. Everyone should just state their name clearly for the record. I feel like this game is particularly cool because it's the kind of mystery story that has to be a video game, because the idea of like you have to piece everything together from like one moment immediately after the crime, right? You can't ask follow-up questions. Kind of a neat idea. Check projector power supply. Confirm all internal parts are correctly mounted. If image is too small, check lens. Not showing, check light. If image is distorted, check crystal. A blue crystal. Okay, so someone swapped out the crystal is what we're saying. Do not remove the upper lid unless the fire switch is set to off. Caution, highly flammable. The very same wire cutter as he still has. Lemons. Blank between Mike and Jenny. Dispute discovered. Miss Chen. Assume that's right. Assume the other guy is Lendl. I win. I'd say they're Mike and Jenny. It's a reasonable guess for now, if nothing else. What the fuck is this guy? It's Champ, actually. Are you dressing up to go to the drive-thru? Move it, Chip. Okay, good for you writing your plan down, buddy. So that's Champ. What a name. Yeah, exactly. Unless if his name is actually Champ, and that's just the name of the character he's cosplaying as. Laura, we can't get out. What do we do if that car explodes? I heard a transom and a Marini arguing over what I would... Okay, I see. Sure. That's Laura. Okay, so we know that this is a transom. Is that a Marini then? What would happen to Bertrand? So that's their dispute. Bertrand. This is a bet. Okay, so that's Transma Marini. Mr. Vincent. Champ Vincent? Jesus Christ. Whoa. Porbo joins the fight against the evil captain. Let's see. Okay, I think I know most of these already. So that's Porbo. This is probably Bertrand. And this is Transom. And this is Marini. Okay. Amazing. Space Storm. Image is distorted and garbled, so that has to do with the crystal. No one leaves. I'm sure that's fine. It's the top. I was wondering if that was going to be the top of a popcorn thing. Banned for life. That's her car, right? This is the one that's banned for life. Dazed and bleeding heavily. Office, me, maintenance, Andy, projection booth, sick, Andy to swap in. Okay, costume competition. First place, free tickets for a month. Doug Baxter for his dangerously authentic Bertrand. Okay, so Bertrand is the robot. There's a guy who's dressed as Bertrand. Is this guy? I think anyone else we've run into has that costume, actually. She is, but that's not Doug, probably. Actually looks like a Bertrand hat. Right? Yeah, it is. So we should assume... Oh. The weird lady called again. They're going to make an offer in person. I saw him at the exit. Yeah, no amount of money could buy what makes this place so special, aka the gem, which is being used to make a weird 3D theater, which is kind of a fun, silly idea. Okay, and the gem has been stolen now. I got it. So wait, how did I get this thing? Okay, Doug Baxter. Probably that. I guess we already know that that's Laura, so they solved the man's name versus woman's name problem for us nicely there. Okay. Annie Kishimoto. The costume really hooked me. Okay, so that's probably her, because she's with Laura. Tom Powers, super scary sharp teeth, and has the figurine. Is this guy? Okay. So that was Tom Powers. Got it. I thought I saw a better version of this character, but he didn't show up to the competition. Yeah, that does look much better. He didn't show up. Maintenance Andy. Andy swaps in, so he's probably the maintenance guy, so he's almost certainly... Hold on. Let's say A on it. Andy Lemons. Right. And then we kind of have an economy of characters names thing here. We should be able to rule out who's left here. Assume that that's going to be Augie. Let's see what else we've got, though. Miss Cunningham. Weird lady called again. Office is me. Oh, that's the coffee stain, right? On the floor. See it poured over there. Okay. So she's Miss Cunningham. I just got a really loud thunder burst, so if I lose stream, that's what happened. I lost power. Now, Tom Powers, it says, is supposed to be banned for life, which is weird. Dazed and bleeding. Oh, maybe that's the trick. It's like, why would he have won the contest if he's banned for life? Did we swap out the costumes? I think that's where they're going with it. He's got the weird double wheels in the front and everything. Super scary, sharp teeth. Yeah, so I think this is actually going to be Tom Powers, but I'll try to remember that that's why I think that and swap them back later if I need to. Well, no, I don't think that's right. I think there's still something shenanigan-y happening here. It mentions the sharp teeth. But if they do a thing where they, like, swap who's in the costume... Okay, well, to get the rest of these names, I think I have to just click through everything else here. So let's see. Augie. Would make sense if Augie was someone who we can't see their face. Let's try that for now. And then we don't know Laura's name, surname. Sandra? Okay, Sandra Cunningham. I stupid? Is it Sarah, not Sandra? They all have ticket stubs, and I haven't figured out what that's all about yet. 2511, 25 and 11. Let me just click everything and see where it tells me names really quick here. Neptune. Miss Cunningham's gonna fire me, yep. Someone pulled it off for me from behind. That's the helmet. Seems like a pretty cool costume. I guess it's the whole idea why he won the costume contest, because it's like so fancy. The parking spots must matter. I see. That's parking spot 34, which is where he was. And she was in the same car with him. Okay, I'm following. .33 is right next to 34 there, so that would make sense if this is the guy. We have the plan here somewhere. This is the plan. Disguise my identity. Need a costume, right? Yep. Hide my spoils in plain sight. Get in and out of the drive-thru. Bring enough. Fire was not part of the plan. Dumb bet, you didn't have to go that far. Okay, so she takes the head off. Doesn't count. Lose his head, I guess, is the idea. Yeah. Okay. She literally pulls the head off, causes the fire. That's unexpected, though, because of the bet they have between each other. I'm following. So I need to find... There's names I still need to track down here. 25, 25... When A. Lemons, Beck Mason, distorted screen. Car crash. May 1st. It's got to be somewhere in here. Definitely better than Parker's. Okay, that must be the answer that I missed a second ago. Yeah, because she also, there's Doug Baxter, Laura Parker. Okay. Disinfect Tom Powers. That's Augie. Got it. All right, so we know a lot of these now. So we've got Sarah Cunningham, owner of the Neptune Theater. Cinema. I've been using a crystal to enhance the screen. I want to steal it, right? Or to fix it. Stole the crystal, disguising it as something. Let me just confirm that in fact the red crystal is what we're talking about here. One sec. Yeah, it shows it right there that it's supposed to be red. I'm like, why do I think that? Am I just making that up because I remember the crystal changing colors from the original game? Okay. It's going to be Augie is the one who's got the plan. To buy it, right? It said he was banned from the cinema. A weird lady. Let's see. The weird lady called again. She sent her goon to make an offer in person. Told him to never come back. No amount of money could buy what makes this place so special. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm on the right track here. Well, you know, he was banned because of that. And I think he's actually the one that's here trying to get it, right? Hold on. This one. Get in and out of the drive-through. Bring enough something. I guess let's look at our words. Bring enough fire, bring enough projector, bring enough crystal, bring enough paint. Bring enough money. Where did I get the word tooth from? What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah, it would be really nice if I could click a word and have it have me jump to all the locations where it shows up. It feels like they tend to only show up in one place in this. Projector started. Beck Mason. Nothing actually ended up getting cut, presumably because it didn't have to be because of the accident. Bet, win, cinema. Laura, transom. Oh, was it the sharp teeth from the tooth? Super scary sharp teeth. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Why was that word on there? Everything else I recognize. Alright, well, I assume that this was Augie who stole it. Arrived in costume, right? And stole the crystal, disguising it as a what? This is part of his equipment here. Hide it in plain sight because they're going to search people's bags because he doesn't have it in his bag. You gotta be fucking kidding. Did he paint the tooth? Is that what the blue paint is? Holy shit. That's pretty cool. That's pretty hidden. It's smart of them to not draw attention to the tooth here, otherwise you would be looking at it. Okay. So, I guess then he disguised it as a tooth and painted it the other color. Yeah, I didn't even notice it the first time, though. They did a great job with hiding that. I feel like the movement they have in all the characters is great. In order to blank a blank, blank pulled the blank. Okay, this is the bet, right? In order to settle a bet, or to win a bet. I do like how much of this you can get just from like sentence syntax. So this was Jenny Chen pulled the head off Doug Baxter's costume. This started a fire, right? This is cool. I figured this one out super early. Patrons tried to escape. Hearing the commotion, probably Sarah looked out. Saw the fire. Stole the crystal. Oh, taken. Probably not stole. To then cause an accident, car crash, while attempting to block the exit. Block the exit. Uh-oh. I don't know what I have wrong here. Is it another, like, I put a name in wrong or something? I guess her seeing the fire doesn't suggest that that's the problem. I do like that they do 2 or fewer incorrect. That makes it kind of tricky. It's enough to help you out, but not give it to you, right? I feel like that's borrowed from Obra Dinn with its 3 confirmations thing. All right, something she would have seen. Crystal, what? Are you there? She's in the office. Saw the fire, saw the projector. Oh. Is it that the screen's obviously fucked up, so we know that that's because the crystal isn't installed properly? Okay. Got it. That's cool. I still need to finish the equipment one. Paid a local to drive him in. Cut the power to the projection booth. Unexpected fire caused chaos, disrupting the easy escape. I don't want to exit the scenario just yet. Gotta get the rest of his plan, right? This looks like he didn't cut the wire, unless if we're implying that that already happened and it's already been fixed. Today is May. Didn't we see that somewhere? Flies into theaters May 1st. Oh, I guess that spoiled it for me. So the idea is he replaced that red wire with a green wire. And that's the cut wire. Okay. I don't think I would have got that. I get it, but I guess I would have got it from, like, what's even the point of showing the wires? They wouldn't show them unless if they meant something. E-Packs, wire cutters. Yeah, we know he hides the spoils in plain sight, so he has to paint it. And then bring enough money is the only thing that makes sense from syntax. Okay. Yeah, I think I would have gotten in trouble. I think this would have taken me way longer to solve if they didn't kind of give it away there. If you solve the events first. Okay. So let's leave. Idol is more than the sum of its parts. To reassemble it successfully, one first needs a deep understanding of the universe. So you're not another fraud. Feel my energy. Okay, then. Listeners can make of that what they will. Okay. Story. Weird lady is probably going to end up being... Maybe it's not also the historian. I guess we'll see. I don't know the colleague. All right, let's just do the next case, then we can come back to it. I really like that they set this up for you to, like, learn slightly more about it as you go. This is the cork board. Yeah, so I like, first of all, I like having this because I think it's cool to have this, like, meta puzzle that you have to solve for each collection of cases. But I also like that they delay revealing things to you to, like, give you the shape of a bigger conspiracy without telling you the whole thing so you can start to speculate on it, right? It's cool. Shocking murder at the auction house. Seven Seas auction. One thing about the pacing of this game is it always feels like as soon as you start a case, you're like, oh my fucking god, there's so much information. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to put this together, and then you put it together. Yeah, that's true. become? Finally gonna get her name. They do a good job of making the characters look really distinct from each other. For a steal of a price. Oh, they got that crazy mask from the first game. Fun. This is the Lemurian font or whatever. Yeah, it's cute. And sold to the movie star. Harley's Ghost. From selling drinks to Mr. Bogart while he's on the job. Bunch of drinks, I guess, is the idea. Whoa. I do like a lot of the recurring motifs here. Miss Knightley's autograph. Keys are gonna matter in some way. Risk of electrocution. To figure out what everybody bid on, I guess, is the idea. This thing came up in an earlier case. How do I only have 19 words, 29 spots? Is there another... Oh, I see. Time. Whoa! That's cool. Bidder A4, S3. This is their idea from the Golden Idol 1 DLC, right? Statue. Distract Bogart, you grab the keys. So that's probably Bogart. Totem. Really a Winston. There's a date on the check. Calm down. Only one with a checkbook is the idea. Creature unknown to science. Erwin, stay sharp, summer. Okay, I assume that's the movie star or whatever. Guess Mumati is the Lemurian. Okay. I get it. It's complicated, though. No, I missed some check mark somewhere. Oh, here. Alright, we can infer who that is from who has the keys. It's the auctioneer is the idea. To figure out their name first, though. Sold to the movie star. Who had the checkbook? She has the checkbook? Okay. Aurelia Winston. That's clever. I feel like figuring, like, whiteboarding this game has got to be a lot of fun. Like, I suppose you can just work backwards, right? And try to come up with an interesting clue that gets you everybody's names. Okay, let's think. The Lemurian person. Probably Mumati. I feel like that's the kind of inference that you're asked to make a lot in Obra Dinn, though. Notes for Robbie Froberg's first day. And that seems like that's making it out to be he is Robbie Froberg. I'd like to give you just a name for free, it seems like. Don't sell drinks to Bogart while he's on the job. Miss Knightley's autograph. Yeah, exactly. The whole thing has to be built backwards, essentially. Riel, calm down. I had the rest of the name here. Hold on. Some of these you can get from the, like, silhouette, I suppose. Yeah, presumably that's what I already knew, though. Creature unknown to science. Summer. Okay. Summer Knightley. Should have listened to me. Okay, so this guy is a professor. Got it. Who wanted the autograph? This guy, Miss Knightley. Sold to the movie star. Okay, so Summer Knightley. Let's see what else I can get. Now, Toussaint came up forever ago, right? That was like this first one. This guy. Professor Oriel Toussaint. It's a reasonable guess, I suppose. Oriel gets mentioned somewhere. Yeah, I do really wish I could just jump to those. I don't want to have to click through everything every time to try to track it down, you know? Do the lots in a minute. Merwin. Oriel, please calm down. That is him, isn't it? That's crazy. Let's go check again. They do a lot to like make it so that you can easily forget stuff like that. Yeah. That's awesome. I assume it's still solvable without having to refer back to the old case, but... Okay. That deals with that. Mamadi Navari. I probably shouldn't try to guess the surname. I can probably figure it out by other means. So we hear the name Tessa called out. I think we can get by process of elimination, assuming they all have gender stereotypical names based on their gender presentation. Build to rescue Lot 1. Lot 4 will return to the Motherlands. Okay. Item origin. Okay, so 1 and 4 are both from Lemuria is the idea. This is the Albion one. Doesn't need an Albion relic anyway. But perhaps I'll bet on the Adrian lot. So the Adrian's going to be the last one. Okay, so we know we're on... This must be lot 3. This one is Albion then. And if she says she's not going to bid on this until later... Destination Lemuria... So then what's lot 2? 2 is this, like, bird thing, which is on the ground here. A new Lonkin centerpiece. Okay. Excuse you, Mr. Ben. Okay, so we know some of these. This is my new Lonkin centerpiece. Has 19,000 now. $18,000. But the Lonkin centerpiece had already been purchased at this point, so it would depend on them buying something else by then. Maybe they didn't buy it. Maybe they only bought the one thing, right? Checkbook. Unless if they hadn't actually turned over the money yet, or the idea is that they were about to. I think that's probably what we're saying here. So hold on, we have that listed here somewhere. There's a total of $7,000 collected and $6,500 from Aurelia Winston. I think this is intended to be the auctioneer. So bidder A4 is Aurelia Winston, and she bought lot 1 with her checkbook. Oh, shit. Okay. Get the rest of these, and there's a stack of 7,000. But at this point, only lots 2 and 3 have been paid for. So bidder S3 bought both lot 2 and lot 3. Okay. So that means that they spent a total of 7,000 between when we started and in the end. So someone's total amount went down by 7,000. Yeah, so he never had enough money in the first place. 18,000. Does someone have 11,000? No. 26,000. Actually, we know that she buys lot 3 already. So I guess that reveals that she bought these 2. So I was overcomplicating that. That was Summer Nightly. Oh, God damn it. Should just finish getting the names so that I can drag those. Yeah, and this was the Mask. And she also got the Lonkin Creature. I think we established, right? See what it calls that thing. I think it's in someone's person's seal. Okay, and then there's lot 4 and lot 5 are the statue and that thing. Totem is lot 5. And statue. Okay, and that being Lemurian tracks. What we don't know is what else happened after this. Oh, it's just the check mark means they already paid. So M5 for 19,000, and then A4 was the same person who bid on lot 1. That's Aurelia Winston again. And then the last bid is for 19K, and it sounds like she said she was going to get it, right? And she does have enough money to afford it. It gives us a ticket number, a date, a time, a destination, but not a surname. So I have to try to figure out the surname. My guess is Navari. Is that... Okay, no. Let me look at the other names. I guess I need to go and look through all the last names that I haven't put in yet. Probably have to figure this out via the cocktails, which I'm not excited about doing, but I'll go ahead and do it. Hold on. Take a screenshot of that. Okay. So the whole point is that Mrs. De Silva, Mr. Navari, or Miss Navari, it's 3 SSS, which is the 7C special, which is rum, butterscotch, vanilla, served in a copper mug. Okay. Someone has... three copper mugs. I think this is Bogart, who wasn't supposed to get drinks, was the whole idea. Erwin Bogart is the idea. Yeah. So the problem is that That was actually purchased by... I guess this is why they have different amounts of money. I was going to say, like, why isn't it rounding off? It's because they're spending money at the bar. All right. So that was bought by Tessa Navari. So that gets us this name. So then who do we still not have here? Dr. Toussaint got Death in the Evening. Okay, we know who that is. Gin and vermouth garnished with an olive. Seltzer. A copper mug is the only thing that helps me. Definitely absinthe and champagne. I guess I meant to understand that champagne because it's bubbling. Feel free to just tell me. I don't know anything about alcohol. I guess that maybe is supposed to be an olive, and that was ordered by Mrs. De Silva. Okay, so that is Madi De Silva, and then I think there's only one more possible name that I can produce. Nils. I don't know where I got Nils Wilmington from, but it was the last name that I hadn't used already. Okay. Not on here. Auction signed it. Hosted by Nils Wilmington. Okay, I guess I was supposed to get that for free right away. I completely forgot that I clicked this at the very beginning, but that actually gives a lot of information, doesn't it? Okay. At the Seven Seas auction, something or somebody was something by something for the something from the something, and so decided to something it instead. Steal it? Outbid from Lemuria, right? And it's the seal from Lemuria was lot 1 by Aurelia Winston. I feel like the blue verbs do so much heavy lifting in the syntax of these sentences for you to be able to figure it out. But that's Mamadi De Silva. Okay. Into is something with a something causing instant death. It hasn't successfully been stolen at this point, right? Maybe it's not, because he has the statue, right? She wanted to, but does she still have all the money? Is at the? I guess she hasn't had a chance to have it collected anyway, so it's not like it matters. What about my statue? Stop pushing me. It's only a power outage. Okay, so she's actually the one who did the outbidding for that one, so I'm throwing myself off here. So, Mamadi De Silva. Or the statue from Lemuria. It's probably going to be the Harmony Foundation lady, right? The next lot's the one that matters. And she only has 18,000. But the lot ends up going for 19,000? Yeah, okay. I get it. That's clever. Okay, so we know it's the auctioneer who gets instantly killed at the end. With a cane, right? A circuit box with a cane pushed. who did the pushing? I'll distract Bogart, you grab his keys. I guess we have to figure out who this is by process of elimination, because this is Nils. This is Bogart. Buy me another drink, Tessa. Tessa Navari buys the 3 drinks. Yeah. Okay. So that's how she does the distraction. Distracted Bogart, whose full name is Erwin Bogart. Tessa Navari distracted blank while somebody blank their blank. The killer stole the keys. Stole their keys. Stealing the statue upstairs. Okay. So now we just got to do the process of elimination. I feel like that prison one was especially complicated. All right, so we got to do process of elimination. So we can do that via several methods. We know who spent money on drinks. Tessa bought 3 SSS, which was 90 coins. So she goes from 18,000 to 17 and change. Yeah, so this is Tessa. I don't know why look at her hair fell over is the idea. Because she needs all that hairspray to keep it up. It's only a power outage. Okay, so we got Tessa, Mimati, Bogart. It's gonna be Oriel, right? Otherwise he wouldn't be in the opening case, but I want to try to prove that first. Oriel, please calm down. Step on my new Lonkin centerpiece is Summer Knightley. So there's Summer. I think he's the one that ordered... Dr. Toussaint orders death in the evening. So who's missing? I think it's Robbie. I think all the bidders are accounted for here. Professor isn't cut out for this. Let's see if that is right. It's Robbie Froberg. Hey, nicely done. That was a good one. I like that one a lot. Everything is correct. It's a plan B thing. Slipped her accomplice a note. The pair got to work. Oh, it was while she was ordering drinks at the bar. Okay, that's clever. Protected himself from the current with a wooden cane. Okay, well that didn't occur to me, but I guess that's clever. I'll be needing you after all, Mr. Froberg. Sorry for the short notice. Augietamine? It's like made out of gold? Oh, hey, there's the... Okay, so that gets us some information, and he's the one that cuts that paper up. Please, call me Robbie. That doesn't look like Robbie at all. Okay. So just because I'm stupid, this dialogue is coming from him, and this dialogue is coming from him. That's correct? Okay. That is, in fact, the same guy from the prison. Okay, well, we know that that's Tessa Navari, I think it was. Tessa Navari, okay. Really knew Augie. Please call me Robbie. I think they're trying to imply that Robbie Froberg is Arthur Blythe, but well, that would be funny if that's Arthur Blythe. Let's go back to that mission, I guess, really quick. He's like an accomplice, right? Costume and a wig. Name seems obviously fake. Champ Vincent? Maybe he's just a random accomplice. It does say that in the events, right? Weird lady. She could be the weird lady. Would make sense if this is the colleague. Otherwise, why would he be in the opening mission there? Does the opening mission... Hold on. Alright, I have to do this, right? You get a timestamp for this somewhere? I don't think we know the date that this happened anywhere, do we? Here we go, June 1977. August 13th, but we don't get the year? I feel like some of these have mentioned the year. I just don't remember which ones did. This one's going to say May 1st, right? Does it say a year, though? I'm thinking I'm meant to understand that the sequence in the mental hospital is at the end of the game. It's like the last thing that happens, not the first thing, but trying to find if they put a year somewhere to clarify that. That just has times, but not dates. And that just has 74. Okay, so we should assume that this happens at the end of the story, or at least after all the things we've already seen, I guess. Okay. So let me use that to adjust. It doesn't seem like the professor guy is that important as of going once, so maybe I shouldn't act on the assumption that he is. All right, let's keep reading through all the hints here. I guess we also have this story thing. Order to murder. These are going to be all the parts, right? I think we should be able to deduce how many parts there are. I think I counted 7 before, but let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I guess. Okay. Reassemble all 8 parts. He knew the function of the golden idol, presumably. From its owner, the golden idol of somebody from its owner. Steal. Ordered to murder. Now, does this mean I have to pull the names from individual cases since it doesn't show me them here on the left side? I guess the whole idea is that... Oh, you only get them on the meta screen? Okay. It's his first day. It makes sense that he might be Arthur Blythe or whatever. I don't think I get any other clue in the prison mission of what he looks like. I don't think they're going to depend on the silhouette. And he's like the most covered up of all of the characters. Very mean. Arthur Blythe. Stealing artifacts, fatally stabbing a colleague. Oh, it does. I guess it lets you see the back of his head. I feel like that seems to be the most likely, right? No idea who Augie's supposed to be. That's crazy. Yes, this guy could be the colleague, but let's read through everything else and try to finish assembling the story, I guess. So I need to get the names from the corkboard. Stephen Aria. We can guess that's who that is. This could also be reassemble the golden idol of blank from its parts. Okay, let's keep reading through stuff and see if I can piece it together here. Train quicks, agiatamine tablets. Seems very likely to be Tessa. Yeah, so I guess Tessa's the only one who knows anything about the idol as far as we can tell here. Guess I can't be sure of that. Not this one. Eleven 1973. Augie has an employer. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be Arthur. Like, why would they show me the cutout paper stuff here? I guess here's a question, and I don't mind getting the answer to this. Do these all have to be different pictures and different names? I'm operating the assumption that they do, and if that's true, the story doesn't make any sense, but I don't think there's that many people. They don't? Okay, thank you. This makes way more sense to me. She wants to put it back together, right? 'Cause she has the sign in her house. Golden idol of... Can we arrange Arthur Blythe's prison escape? I don't know why he'd know... He wouldn't know the function of the golden idol. As far as the story seems to suggest, she's the only one who knows anything about it. Like, everybody else is just like, well, whatever, I don't care. So he knew the murder of the... He knew the racket... He knew the locations of the parts. Okay. So now, hold on. Is this supposed to be the order everything happens in from top left to bottom right? I wish each case, like, just displayed the date in the corner. I know that they tend to have the date hidden somewhere in there, but it's kind of annoying to try to track it down. Trusty colleague. Pointy-eared friend. Need plan B rates for this one, not like the other 7. Plan B. Okay. Because that shows up here. Time for plan B. Okay, so this happened before that. Okay, that makes way more sense. Is it generally going to be true, just for my own sanity, whenever we do these, that the order is going to be top left to bottom right? Yeah, because I think it's really cool that some of these can be the same person, and I think it's really cool that you're getting the story in a nonlinear fashion, but I think they should make it clear once it's done what the order actually was. Within each chapter, they're placed in order. Okay, thanks. So... I think we can safely say that Arthur Blythe is also the colleague. And that she's Stephen Aria. Because it says that she arranged his escape. Because I don't know why he knew the locations of the parts. I haven't figured that part out yet. I guess we have the order of events here. Augie is a confusing one. I don't understand. Go back. It's the whole, like, weird lady, right? We know, well, I'm pretty sure the weird lady is Tessa. I don't know who else it could possibly be. Sent her goon to make an offer. It would be really funny if it's just always the same 2 people. I'm gonna guess that. Holy shit. Well, I love that. That's really good, actually. I don't know how they could go about conveying to you that you could reuse names. I feel like that's supposed to be a surprise, but... I guess the fact that, like, when you paste a portrait, it doesn't go away, and that this one's pre-placed, and you can still place it here. But I suppose you would have... Like, it didn't even occur to me that someone would be surprised by these being the same person, because they look obviously the same. Yeah, I don't know if there's a better way to convey that. That's pretty funny. Okay, so the 2 of them work together to reassemble all the parts, right? Stephen Aria is an anagram. That makes sense. It's cute. In the end, okay, so we know that the colleague tried to steal the parts. That's why they're so smart about not having a corpse in that first case, so that you can't give away... They really go out of their way to not show you Arthur Blythe's face, which is fun. Tried to steal the... I guess it was the parts, right? From Tessa Navari. Resulted in Arthur Blythe's death. So, wanted to reassemble the mythical golden idol of something from its parts, but it's a name? Oh, is it Lazarus Hurst? Okay. Cool. Very cool. Whoa. Oh, this is like hippie lady. It's such a great idea. They're fun at not picking like the stereotypical villains for each of these stories, I think. What are you weirdos up to? The TV guide entries, it's fun. An extra kinetic investigation yields terrifying results. Okay, so now we're finally going to see the golden idol get used. I think it was really cool of them to delay the golden idol stuff for so long. Like, they really earned setting it up, I think. It would have been a dumber game if it just started having golden idol kills immediately. Ignition, dangerous technology is unleashed. And it looks like, again, this is the last one. I like him, like, starting off as just, like, a poor loser that has nothing to do with this, despite him showing up in the very first case. That's great. Extra physical laboratory. Okay, well, we know who that is. Cheesy corn chips. Harmony Foundation. Ooh, fingerprints. That's interesting. I do like that they come up with new, crazy things for you to fill in. Moria... They've done a really great job with the golden idol, like, causing all of this death all around it, right? It's still kind of being mysterious. How to make friends, keep them, and use them. Book that's parodying is like a work of profound evil. Repair your emotional divides. Okay. Be ready, June 18th. Jack. Need both hands to complete the circuit. Yeah, remember these. Structural elements provide support, no effect, no operation. So like they have the idol in like a cool scientific contraption. Very wise of them to not make you click the words and just kind of give it to you when you click on stuff. Wrong to accuse a direct superior of workplace intoxication. Next spender expects a formal apology. Jack to clean glassware. Whoa. They're so good about like setting the stage on the first screen, and then you click the second screen. You're like, the fuck? You see the guy, Oriel, with the fire extinguisher. I don't know, why is Oriel like eventually speaking Lemurian in that opening chapter, right? Stop bickering so we can talk budget. It's the Reynolds pitch all over again. This is how Professor and Tessa met. Okay, that's the person who has to clean the glassware. Price function, unknown danger. Dr. Novak, lab notes. Yeah, I think this is a super minor complaint. I don't think it's like in any way suggesting that the game's not incredible. It's super genius, but I would like it if they were just very overt about the whole timeline, unless if there's somewhere where they are overt with the timeline and I just haven't seen it yet. Like, I think it's cool to do the whole thing in a completely nonlinear fashion, but I think they should just have a page that just shows you all of them. I guess maybe they want you to like go to each case and find where the specific date and year is called out, and then write it down yourself. But the rest of the game tracks things for you. Maybe that's going to be like the final puzzle. There's going to be like an puzzle that's like put all the cases in order or something. But it seems like it's really important to just solving any of these or having any sense of what's going on, so. Yeah, we can infer that that's his fingerprint. Know their names first, though, okay? I think this is the guy from the very first real case. Well, that's kind of cool that they've like taken it apart. I like that. You can see who pressed the button. Interesting. The fingerprint idea is really cute. I really like that a lot. Okay. Where do I even start here? We know a lot of these names already. So we know there's Oriel, Toussaint. I think we got it's Novak, right? We got Isaac Novak. We have a limited number of Novaks, right? Like, Adam Novak, younger brother. Jack Novak, nephew. That looks like the guy. Jack Novak. Okay. Let's keep working on names, I guess. The Reynolds fiasco. 0 alcohol. Lab's been so cold lately, either because there's settings on the thing. Jack to clean glassware. So the glassware was in here. Jack Novak. Everyone here is a guy except for her. It's the Reynolds pitch all over again. Mr. Marmot, laboratory access card revoked. So someone doesn't have a card. Control your team. Okay, so she has the team. Okay, we just read about this. Someone's drinking. I don't know that Reynolds is here. Probably is. CZ corn chips. Unlock the lab door. They won't have active swipe cards. It's manager and the board president. Eugene's on janitorial duties. Okay. So has a card. So, okay, manager, board president are these two. Marie, Tim, stop bickering. Okay, so Marie and Tim. And this guy's probably Eugene. The process of elimination. He's not the board president or whatever. And then I'm missing... I guess I gotta go back and look through all the possible names again here. Hold on. Mr. Marmot. No test before board approval. Danger potentially high. MW. Okay, MW is going to be Marie Westlake. Reynolds pitch all over again. I don't know why I think those glasses... Why would someone not have their glasses? I guess we'll see. Okay, someone is already connected with the Harmony Foundation, which is interesting. Jack. Key Mechanical Theory, Organic Chemistry, 3rd edition. All right, so the idea is that, like, 4 of them have access cards and 2 of them don't. So we can use this to know that the other 3 lockers don't belong to Jack Novak, right? I think is the whole idea here. Overqualified, ignored. Okay, so that might be Eugene. Oh, wait, no. Nathan Hoyle's the board president. Okay, so that's probably this guy. Our managerial staff, Mr. Spender, because they're already arguing, so that makes sense. Tim Spender. And then is it Eugene Marmot? Because it's a really funny name. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Got it. That tracks. All right, so this is Eugene's... Oh, no, this is not Eugene's. This is Miss Westlake. So you know Oriel, Jack, and Eugene, so you could infer that this must be her by process of elimination there. So we know... So Oriel's probably the one with the Lemurian interest. I guess it could also be this one. Because he has a reason... He already has a connection to Tessa from the auction event, so, Blue ink. I guess I can start placing more of these here. I can say for sure that this is Nathan Hoyle, was it? I don't remember where I found all of these fingerprints. Whoever wrote this is the one. Not have another Reynolds fiasco. Reynolds pitch all over again. Workplace intoxication. Not have another Reynolds fiasco. Okay, so that's probably going to be her. Marie Westlake. We have 6 fingerprints and 6 characters. So the interesting question then is... Got Oriole. We've already got Jack. Eugene... What was this last one? Somebody has one on one of these. Yeah. But interestingly, the button doesn't get one. Make sure I'm not missing another fingerprint thing here. Hold on. Cheesy corn chips. Does he have, like, cheesy fingers? Oh, I guess we know he's on janitorial duty, so he has cheesy fingers. So he's the one who has the cheesy fingerprint. So he's Eugenie. Okay, I thought they were going to do a thing where, like... Where was that? This one... Yeah. He's watch him be like a crazy psychopath eventually, even though Mr. Marmot seems like such a loser at this point. Was it Eugene Marmot, I think? Okay. And then... what is she yelling at him about here? I saw you touch the machine. Okay, so that would be Tim Spender. Okay, that all makes sense to me. Cool, got it. So we know here he presses that one. That looks like Marie's. That would have to be Eugene's. That's got the Cheetos on it. Wish I could like click on these a little bit more closely to zoom in on them. Go find the stuff again. Doesn't look right. It's kind of like a tall print. It's got that little triangle in the corner. Do you press it twice? No. Okay. Yeah, I want to be able to zoom in on these prints. We have everyone's prints here. It doesn't look like any of the ones that I can see, unless if I'm missing something here. Barrel thing? Yeah, we got that's Tim Spender, right? I already have all the prints, I can't line up this last one, that guy. Like, his is the only one that has that little, triangle, but it's on the wrong side of the print. I guess Oriole has one on the right, too. But the print size isn't right. Assume this is another one where, like, someone pressed two different things. Guess that kind of has it in the corner there. It looks like that's a little bit taller. I guess I could just try that one. This Cheeto guy. No. Maybe that's not Cheeto Mark? So those look very similar at that. It's like I need to go open all of them so I can zoom in on them. I need to be able to zoom in on them from here, and I can't. Guess was this him? Okay. Now, I don't actually remember what these did. There were different, like, one of them means add versus remove. I think this is add versus remove, and then, like, you can get, like, heat. Life, I think, was one of the runes. Hierarchy. They won't ask me to do this yet, or... Oh, this is the, like... That's for the meta solution for the whole chapter, right? Didn't expect you to know from the first game. Okay. Worked to... construct the... device. Yeah. Access revoked, right? Without approval. Gene, I think. Yeah. Laboratory access card revoked. This fumbling did more than we've been allowed to. I record my observations from a distance. On the day of the board inspection, right? Seems like it's Marie Westlake's team. She seems to be in charge of everything, writes all the notes everywhere. Blank was blank to allow blank. To allow two people to caught, to enter, to follow, to accuse, to touch, to reconstruct. I gotta read some more here. Let me click around. Be ready, June 18th. I was looking at the precise origin, I was just reading all the Lemurian books. Unlock lab door, they won't have active swipe cards. I think that's what we're getting at here. The door lab was unlocked to allow Nathan Hoyle and Tim Spender to enter. Okay. This gave blank to blank them in. Follow them in. Oh, did Eugene sneak in? Opportunity. Caught fire, right? Activated. Have to be touch the something of the device, right? Controls of the device. Oh, it's because he did both hands, Eugene Marmot. Okay. That's cute. I get it. We know he's got both hands because of the fingerprint thing. This is still... You can kind of meta it sometimes. Where it's like, why would they bother with the fingerprints unless if they're trying to tell me that it's important that his fingerprints show on there twice. I like what they do with Eugene Marmot. Him having that, like, how to win friends and influence people book is, like, terrifying foreshadowing, right? Next, we're going to find out he's, like, really into Gamergate or something. I know it's in the 70s, but... But he's not dead. I don't think. Ocean Studies Project. Okay. I think we know he's the board president. Makes sense if he's the history consultant because he's a professor and he's reading the books about it. Okay, start with that as an assumption here. Okay. Hippie Circle refuses to roll over. Protest move. Take back our sanctuary. P. Coolidge. That scientist Jack or the woodworking family to sue us for libel and leave us all broke. Lana Pete, Leonidas Agency. This guy is Corbin. Okay, presumably he just climbed up from there. I saw everything. Okay, so Corbin Shaw. Nope. Cool wedding ring, bro. Object's path. Huh. Interesting. They always come up with cool, unique little puzzles like that. I'm a big fan. Metal rods at the bottom of the pool. They keep talking about this sport. I think it's just like an interesting world building thing to kind of tie everything together in a way. It would be like really crazy if that sport ends up being super important to the story in some way. Okay, so they both have this Odetta. And Jeffrey, right? He's in the pool. The woodworking family. Okay, so they're the Amstels. So they have this, like, saw out here. They're a woodworking family. This is this guy's neighbor. Just like spying on his neighbors, basically. Small shards of melting ice. Be in so much trouble. This is crazy. I have no idea what happened. Okay, here we go. Eugene's talking to those layabouts. Okay. So we know this is Jack. Oh, we don't know his last name on this page yet. Okay. There it is. Novak. We know Eugene Marmot, which is a great name. Marmot no longer has interior lab access. I see. Remove heat, shoots the ice shards, I guess. I see the frozen leaves, okay. That's not... Hold on. She kind of looks similar, but it's that red nose. It's the whole idea... That's Tim Spender, that's right. And correct with the allegation, I guess. No, different. I thought maybe she was like in disguise as a hippie or something. Okay. We know who that is. It's our boy Eugene Marmot. What a great name. Harmony Foundation. I don't understand what the Enlightenment device really does. Here, take some literature. Can't steal Enlightenment, man. See our old moon-gazing bath? Andy's taking it back. You hear that crash? Opig hates Harmony. Wasn't Opig like a bank? Hold on. Oh, that was the garden one. One sec. Yeah, maybe they're like a bank at a bunch of other things. Opig's finance department. Confiscate your credit card and assets you bought with it. Okay. There's some other spot I have to check here. Oh, here. Okay, so we got some more names. Andy probably over here. Oh, we've got Andy and Penny. I don't know which one's which, I guess. Now Penny's trying to recruit the suits? Okay, so that's Penny. And that's Andy. And we need to know the rest of their names, which got displayed somewhere. Andy, Penny... Jean... Birdbath... Might be the letter the guy got. Let's see. Scientist, Jack. Throw Lana Pete in there, even though that doesn't really help you here. E. Coolidge, okay. That gets this one. I guess we know it's not Pete Shaw. So Andy Odetta? I don't think I have another. Okay, no. Don't think they always have you do that via process of elimination. Injure. Hit me. Metal rod. What was that? Oh, that's Odetta. That's right. That's her first name. Wheel. Hippie Foundation. My own daughter's caught up in the nonsense. Okay, I probably could have inferred that. Andy Amstel, right? Really? Who am I wrong about then? Oh, right, no, it's Corbin Shaw. It's a shame to the Shaw name. Right. Got it. That makes more sense. All right. So we got the path of this thing. Ends up in the pool is the idea, right? And then it's through the bush. A tree here and the fucked up bike. Oh no, we get a couple there. So the bike belongs to... Hit the organizer's bike. It's gonna be Penny, I guess. And it leaves from here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Group of hippies. Protesters, thanks game. Gathered outside the OPIG laboratory. It looks like that's the lab. Set about the closure of the Harmony Foundation. Is that all? Did like the Harmony Foundation get closed because of her owing money, which we established way earlier? We want that scientist, the woodworking family, to see if reliable leave us broke. It's my best guess. It'd be funny if they like acquire it because she's like financially ruined. So it just happens to come into the possession of this fucking bank. Oh, this is the... That's the Zen Garden. That's interesting. Said about the blank of the... It'd have to be the closure of the something. That would make sense. During a thing that has a duration, during the protest. Yeah, I have to like scan these to like look for where the syntax gives me an answer like that. This is Andy did something, right? I hope he didn't see me. Okay. That was Andy Shaw. Attempted to blank a blank. Broken bird bath. Kind of confused about this. Like, it seems like this thing got activated, and there's no way like she went in there and pressed the button, so. So he doesn't even see this because he's responding to Eugene. Okay, so it's like the bank seizes the Harmony Foundation building, turns it into their laboratory to study the Golden Idol, and the hippies who used to be there, this moon-gazing bath, just happened to be outside and it got frozen by routine studies. I guess they were saying this thing like, wow, the lab is really cold for some reason. That must be what's happening. So she's trying to get the moon gazing pool bath, but that's just like a regular ass bird bath. Trying to steal the bird bath. When she accidentally gathered it, rolled it, hit it, broke it, a block of ice came loose. So is this like this whole thing? I see. So we're meant to understand that there was like this like frozen block of ice inside the bird bath, and she's like, okay, so she's like trying to steal it in a wheelbarrow, and it falls out of the wheelbarrow, and then the frozen block of ice in it rolls down the hill. That seems like ridiculously unlikely. I get they're trying to make you think that the Golden Idol shot like a projectile out. I totally missed this. Why didn't I include that in the path? That seemed like that was part of it. Oh, maybe we're meant to understand that's just the bicycle tire riding over it, so it's a red herring. Okay. I like the idea of this one, but it's kind of a stretch, I think, in a game about a magical idol that can prolong people's lives and set things on fire in the lake. Block of ice came loose, rolled down the hill, and hit the barbecue, right? Hit Tobias Amstel's barbecue, causing it to fall over and injure him. Yes? Okay. The wrecking ball launching the pipe at the foreman was goofier physics. I suppose that's true. I guess there was no alternate thing that could have been happening in that one, right? It seems like It's on theme, right? Because the whole theme is that, yeah, the Golden Idol has this specific magical ability, but also everything that happens in the orbit of the Golden Idol, whether it's related to its powers or not, it just like causes extreme bad luck around it constantly and keeps causing people to die for like completely bizarre reasons. So that makes sense. If it's just like these like wildly unlikely things that happen. Yes, it has specific magical powers with specific mechanics, but also it causes these awful things to happen unrelated to its powers, it feels like. Uncle Isaac, look what I found in Mother's attic. Yeah. Calling me Icarus. I'm on the bottom rung. I wish you were here. They all listen to you. With love, Jack, Icarus. 1975. Well, it sounds like he's on the bottom rung, so he's only a research assistant. They did have him cleaning the glassware. You know, he's supposed to be a manager, so that's probably where I'd put him here. Being a consultant at this point would make sense since he kind of got kicked out. But we'll see. Bizarre operation ends in bloodshed. Whoa. Oh, we got this shit happening again? May the light of empathy dispel the dark force. Taser. These tree huggers never come quietly, can they? You alright, Bruce? Tased a bunch of hippies? Explain our hands-off approach to the new guy. All property remains inside the building. It belongs to OPIC now. Yeah, this makes sense as the thing we're doing now. So is every case straightforwardly moving backwards in time, the order in which you solve these? This is like Memento. I suppose that's true, yeah, because like we see her get the... You're right, I think you're right, from what I've already seen so far. No, Remington. Taught me the importance of standing up for family. We were so close. Photograph of someone you love. Write a brief message about them. It's from Tessa. That makes sense, yeah. Very like Scientology. Mittens had endless affection for everyone. Dad taught me. Okay, so this is someone whose last name is Remington. I like the connection there where you have to read that he doesn't have the letters saying bring a photo of someone that matters to you. Billy Greer. Bruce. Mycin, okay. Enlighten meter. That's pretty funny. Remove versus add symbols for the golden idol. It's cute. One year. Whoa. Maybe this will change your mind. I really like the idea that, like, the parts of it don't have to go in the exact same idol from the first game. It's the parts that matter. According to this person, what do these symbols mean? I guess that's what it looks like on the other screen, right? Figure out what she means about the rest of that. Elimination process, replenishment process, gratitude meditation. Yeah, I love that. Mentor is the wisest man I've ever known. Enlightenment. Okay. I guess we need to get all the words first before I can get the rest of this. I guess you want empathy to be 100 though, probably. It's over, Tessa. Pack your bags, or terminating the project. I like this is the same room from the earlier one. They've like completely redecorated it. She still has her blue pen. That's a nice touch. Yeah. False history and pseudoscience. The longer one follows her teachings, the more enlightened they become. Sees in the machine's readings whatever she expects to based on her above claims. Stay skeptical. The Reason Institute. He's right. This is nonsense. Illuminate, replenish, purify, eliminate, obscure, contaminate. Oh, right, enlightenment, right? Don't want her to say empathy to 0. Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. Send help. Robinson. Okay, so we got Miss Westlake. We got Marie Westlake, I think was right. This is Robinson. This is Spender. Guess I need to get all the rest of the names and I can go back to the previous case. I remember most of them here. My uncle, always the life of the party. Six months. Peace and blessings, madam. Hatred, okay. Yet it's hatred and empathy instead of hatred and enlightenment, my original guess. Yeah, that makes sense. It's funny. I'll look forward to seeing you soon. See if that's the same guy. Neil Remington. He looks the same. My uncle. Guess we don't know for sure she doesn't have the same last name. I guess she wouldn't. It doesn't really give me more information. I'll just keep clicking other stuff here. Pinnacle security, call for a free quote. Tim Spender. Okay, we know Tessa Navari. Order, injustice, empathy, hatred, chaos, justice. Okay, empathy is opposed to hatred. I guess I got kind of lucky there that I could have assumed that it was talking about these other things, and I'm just using my hippie foo, right? Dedicants. Make intro more impactful. Needs to grab their attention. I guess her saying to remove the hatred to zero, the opposite of hatred is empathy, so that makes sense too. Okay, so I'm gonna finish getting names here, so I don't know where I got most of these names, honestly. Oh, here we go. Sam, Alex, and Charlie. Okay. That's mean. So, since she's a fraud, she's saying Alex starts with 80 hatred, that is doing the, like, cold reading hippie thing, right? So it makes sense if that's Alex's this character. And then it's going to be based on how long they've been here, right? So she's been in the club for 6 months, and she's been in the club for a year. Do I know my cults? So Charlie has come the furthest, presumably. And Sam is just doing okay at the moment. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Maybe there's a more aggressive way to get that information other than to just kind of know how scammy cults work and cold reading works, but I assume, and then is that like the main source of information, that Alex is obviously the highest hatred because of what she says, and then that these two, you disambiguate them based on who has the higher supposed empathy score? It's funny. Okay. Tessa Navari and some of her followers, presumably. Dedicants. That's cool that that still works, though. I do like that about Golden Idol. I think it almost never wholly depends on you doing the, like, social induction stuff from Obra Dinn, because Obra Dinn has a lot of that. It's a lot of you, oh, this person has a tattoo, so that must be the person from, like, the Pacific Islands or whatever, right? The Harmony Foundation, or I guess you call it a procedure? The aim was to first eliminate hatred, and then replenish empathy, resulting in enlightenment. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Let's confirm I have the order of that right, I'm pretty sure. Hatred 0, these 100. Okay. Interrupted by people who wanted to blank everything at the blank. Seize everything at the Harmony Foundation. Large room downstairs. Oh, I don't know where we're going with this, actually. Does she look younger here? I guess we don't know what year it is here. Maybe it said it somewhere in like their invite. Friday, April, it just says April 13th without putting the year on there. It's like they do display the year a lot. I'm just wondering if she's like already kind of figuring out that she could steal all their youth and shit. I get the sense that she's just like legitimately confused though, which is kind of funny, even though she still did a murder because of it. The large room downstairs. Someone got tased, right? Alex got tased with a taser. Shot with a taser. That's probably the last thing that happens, right? Shot Alex Remington. He's got the taser wires in him. The cops. Right, so space always dismisses these things down here and only those things? Okay, I'm trying to remember that. And I can just toggle which ones are open at any given time, I guess. I assume that's the guy that did the shooting, Bruce Myson. Stabbed Bruce Myson. A crystal, it looks like. Yeah, with a crystal. Right. I feel like it wouldn't be him. She's trying to decrease hatred, I guess, is the idea. It's upstairs. There's the stabbing. We should have used the footprints to figure out what happened. She's freaking out, and she's like, he didn't do the stabbing, so she has to be the one who did the stabbing, right? That's the only thing that makes any sense. Reek's got a thing for Miss Daisy Chain. Benedict? Sorry, Ben is jumping all over the place. Ben. I hate when he just tanks getting sprayed with the little spritzer. He's just like, yeah, whatever, just spritz me, I don't care. This is important. They were interrupted by people who wanted to seize everything at the Harmony Foundation, right? So in the large room downstairs... She's freaking out. Crystal here. Freak's got a thing for Little Miss Daisy Chain. So I read that... About the daisies on her headband? Why does it matter why she let them in or why they're doing this? Just send help. So she's calling 911. She's got blood on her arm. Okay. Or that's... I'm stuck as to what happened here. It looks like we're implying that she ran out and made this phone call, that she was in this room previously. So something happened with her. That's... Sam Robinson. What are my words here? Well, our only past tense words are grabbed and stabbed. But the stabbing must have happened. I don't think there were two stabbings, so someone got grabbed. Oh, did Bruce Myson... Okay, grabbed Sam Robinson. Is that why she has the... So that's not blood. That's like from someone grabbing her arm. I do like how quickly you put the names and symbols together, and then they really ask you to make some big logical leaps at the end. Let me see if I'm even right about this, though. Nope. So much. I'm like all proud of myself, and I'm just completely fucking wrong. Maybe I'm just assuming that the cops are being completely capricious idiot assholes and just tasing whoever they can, and maybe they actually tase someone who did so. Maybe Alex did the stabbing. Okay, that's closer. I can't even occur to me that this cops would behave rationally and would attack someone who attacked them. I think they would just like shoot a dog randomly, right? That seems more logical to me based on the way they usually behave. Okay. So what do I have wrong? Tessa Navari and some of her dedicants were at the Harmony Foundation for a procedure. Aim was to eliminate hatred and then replenish empathy. The fantasy video game world, yeah. By people who wanted to seize everything at the Harmony Foundation. In the large room downstairs, Bruce Myson grabbed Sam Robinson. Response: Alex Remington stabbed Bruce Myson with a crystal. I actually don't... This seems correct. I don't know what else it could possibly be. Someone else do the taser firing, maybe? Oh, whether it has the little needles or not? Okay, that must be it. Billy Greer. Okay. Motive? Whoa. This is cool. What 3 clues are needed to deduce the motive for protecting Sam? Well, we don't really know anything about this guy. He's been here for 1 day. Stand up for family. Okay. Don't know. Oh, I think I got this super early, that these are the same face. They have the same surname? No, they don't have the same surname. I think I got that they were related and then got the rest of their names. I thought that was going to be necessary to figure out the names, and then I got the names from somewhere else. Okay, so those two definitely go together. And is there something else that has to do with the two of them? Six months. Neither of them are 6 months or 1 year. It's not the golden idol. It's not the tasers. That wouldn't make any sense. Crystal doesn't really make sense. The reading, I guess? Okay. I'm pretty sure it's these two. The fuck is this again? Does she have that? I don't want to just brute force this, but okay, let's separate this into ones that definitely aren't it. So it's not the cat. It's not the tasers. I guess it could be she's been here for 6 months. Could be the fact that she's been here for a while. No, okay. I guess we know it's not that. It wouldn't be the other person's time. That makes no sense. I don't know why the symbol would have anything to do with it. I don't know why the walkie-talkie would have anything to do with it. The golden idol, I don't think this kid is even privy to. This is just what he used. This is just what he used. So it has to be this, but I don't know why. Let me see if I can go back to the case and try to figure out what those have to do with each other. Didn't have any reason to grab her, I guess, so that's still the irrationality. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Is it like the same guy again? Is that what we're saying? They all have kind of different art styles to try to conceal that, but he just got like the same jowls or something. I guess he's got the big, tall, bald head. Okay, they're all three the same person is what we're saying. Mentor was the wisest man I've ever known. That guy's like 75 years old, so that's interesting. Oh, it's supposed to be the comet. Okay, we can see the comet on the screen there. But the uncle and the... That's how we know they're family, right? They're the same person. Are you sure they're not the same? They both kind of have the same weird head. See if their nose is the same. It's hard to tell from the photo. Anyway. No. Never work the way she imagined. Some of these pieces seem legitimate. Interesting, important. Parts not even connected. Classic translation error. 8 was a reasonable guess. Poetically, the symbol linked to fiery passion. Curious to find out what this one might mean. That's fun. It's supposed to be his 50th birthday. I see what you're saying. Nathan said I could hire an independent consultant. It was your incredible insight that got me here. Interesting. Empathy. Project terminated. That's crazy. Okay, so having her come on to consult is really funny. Who's wrong? Head of corn-based solutions. Okay. I thought assistant would be really the bottom rung, but I guess that makes sense. But she's the one who's really not getting what she deserved, even though she should be the lead. So it's really funny that she's not the lead. I got it. Cute. I love this idea that OPIG is this like giant corporation that does like banking and weird mystical object investigation and corn. Holy fuck. Okay, this is a lot. with blank from the blank, with funding, okay, from the OPIG Corporation. Somebody ran the Harmony Foundation. That would be Tessa, right? And she comes back on as a research consultant later. Yeah, that's really good. They do great. Like, this is great storytelling, like revealing this slowly. So you're like, oh, she's obviously the lead, right? Because she's like writing all these things all over the place, and he's like an idiot who's like been relegated to janitorial duty, and he keeps fucking up, and he has that evil like how to make friends and influence people book at his locker. And then the reveal afterward that he's the lead is chef's kiss is really good. I think that it is a very special talent as a game designer to be able to lead your audience to the wrong conclusion on purpose. There's a couple artists who do this in the film space. I love the movie Drive. Because if you watch it from this perspective, the movie Drive is constantly about knowing exactly what you think is going on, and then that's not what's happening, right? Especially all the stuff with like Oscar Isaac's character. You're like, oh, nope, that's not what's happening. It's not that. Yeah, that's cool. They use blank to build a blank. Use the artifact parts. Build a what? Oh, they're really asking you to take from a lot of words here, aren't they? I guess artifact parts to build an artifact, that doesn't seem right. Let me kill this just in case. Tesnavari had the Harmony Foundation. I'm going to try to finish this meta puzzle so I don't leave it to future me, so I might go a little over on time to do that. All right, let's start looking for syntax clues because I'm trying to focus too much on doing the story in order. They use something to build a something, believing it could present tense, give, take, swap, reach, make, work, avoid, and then give, take, swap, make. It's probably give and take. Oh, no, it's the other way around, right? Because you have to take based on what she thought it did. So it's give is empathy, one of these. Okay. Take hatred and give empathy. And in doing so, it would help people something. Reach enlightenment, become enlightened, gain enlightenment, reach enlightenment. There we go. However, it actually, past tense, actually did, actually repossessed, actually rebuilt, actually delayed, actually activated, actually deactivated, actually destroyed something. Actually verbed. I guess we know it has to do with heat sometimes. Oh, it actually did nothing. I guess when they used it, it didn't do anything, right? Because she didn't have all of the information. Okay. Due to blanks blank. It's probably Tessa Navari's something, the Harmony Foundation building was seized, repossessed. Okay, we had seized before. Due to her drinking, overspending, yeah. Do we have a word statue here? Somebody realized that something might something. This was in charge of its something, but something something. Despite this, something something did this. Yeah, this is Eugene Marmot getting activated the device and was denied access. Okay. Let me read through all this stuff here. Hi, Nathan. Premises we use for the emotions these restaurants were renovated and repurposed for more promising ventures. Yeah. Okay, so I forgot that I read that, but I just assumed that they were going to terminate emotion studies. You got to be kidding me. Of course they did. As soon as they told me terminate. A team leader for the new project. She and I have had our differences in the past. I agree she's the right person for the job. She didn't insure Tessa's pension for risky and wild spending. Interesting. So that even... Let's see. Ariel Toussaint. It's kind of a nice touch. So, like, even though it's not, if I'm reading that right, he's recommending that she be in charge, even though they've had a bad past and she accused him of drinking and they got in a fight in that scene or whatever. But dipshit actually put this guy in charge just because he pressed the button. That's great. It's good shit. The rest of this. That was an earlier letter. Okay. They were talking about trying to replace her in the hierarchy. So this is the hierarchy is supposed to be at the end of the chapter, following mid-year inspections. Okay, I understand. Okay. Was in charge. Realized the something might, present tense, might take, might give, might swap, might reach, might make, might work. Okay. The artifact might work. If it were past tense, so if it were did, if it were repossessed, if it were rebuilt. Okay. Blank was in charge of its blank, of its funding, testing, I guess. Or reconstruction, I guess, because they have to rebuild it, so that would make sense. But past tense, but did nothing. It's not going to be did nothing again. Did... It's but repossessed, but rebuilt, but delayed. She delayed testing, right? I guess she had to verb something ongoing. Oh, and that delayed testing is Marie Westlake. Who realized the artifact might work? Was that Jack Novak? Okay. They built a statue, but I don't have statue. They used artifact parts? Ah, shit. Okay, I must be super wrong. Artifact parts to build an artifact doesn't really track. Is it like broken parts? No. Stolen? Okay. Yeah, I guess their whole thing is they kept stealing stuff, right? That's Tessa's whole deal. Budget crisis. Uncle Isaac. Yeah, Isaac I'm a little interested in at this point. Oriel's the one who does all these translation. Maybe that's him. All right. Up story 2. Okay. Let me just let Andrea know that I'm going to be going over by a few minutes here. Okay. After learning about the something... Well, it's either the OPIG Corporation or the Harmony Foundation. Somebody believed he had been something because the something had been set to something. Actually set to something. Are these all the same words as before? No, they're slightly different. Okay, I was going to say. I just got used to learning this big list of words. After learning about the something, somebody believed he had been something. He had been rebuilt, deactivated, punished, rewarded, destroyed, started, froze, impressed, disappointed. Punished or rewarded? During a something, somebody tried to set it to something, but actually set it to something, which something is something. Okay. Somebody was past tense by somebody something. Somebody was rebuilt by, deactivated by, punished by, rewarded by, destroyed by, started by, froze by, impressed by, or disappointed by. Is that this last one? Nathan said I could hire an independent consultant, and it was your incredible insight that got me. There's a way to get her back involved, which is probably going to come up in the next chapter. Okay, so let's say this is impressed by Eugene Marmot's gumption. Eugene Marmot's discovery, maybe. testing, maybe. I guess it could be, well, discovery probably makes more sense. And past tense, and rebuilt him, deactivated Punnet, rewarded him with a promotion. Okay. And that's Nathan Hoyle. Okay, I feel pretty good about this. So if we assume this is mostly about Eugene, let's move backwards. During a something, Eugene Marmot, such a fucking good name, tried to set it to something, but actually set it to something which did something. All right, so once again, this is the order of operations. Harmony Foundation gets seized. Then this bird bath thing happens. Then the fire thing happens in that order. Top, left, right to top to bottom, left to right. So, okay. So the bird bath incident is up here. Or this is a combination of the bird bath incident. Story 1 was the Harmony Foundation, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I guess let's say you'd only learn about the Harmony Foundation. You wouldn't learn about OPIG. And the character who's been learning about Harmony Foundation is Eugene Marmot. He's got the thing in his locker, and he was handed a pamphlet by the Penny lady, the leader of the hippies. Eugene Marmot believed that he had been rebuilt, deactivated, punished, rewarded, destroyed. I guess he gets rewarded later, so he probably doesn't get rewarded twice, so it's probably punished because the something something had been set to something something. Well, because the artifact had been sent to something, it's actually set to this. Because the what artifact? Because the has the deactivated, rebuilt. Because the rebuilt artifact had been set to Actually, I'm very curious to see if someone tries to play this game without having played Golden Idol 1. I feel like they do give you plenty of information here. But I have hindsight bias, right? I can't tell if someone should be able to figure this out purely based on this information, or if knowing the codes, or even just kind of vaguely remembering what the idol did from the first game is necessary to make any sense of that, you know? It was actually set to something something, which past tense something, which rebuilt, deactivated, punished, rewarded. It would be set fire. I guess it froze a bird bath. Okay, so he thought it was doing what she thought it was doing, which was replenish versus eliminate, hatred versus empathy. But like I remembered, her understanding of the dot was backwards. There's a classic translation error to invert them. So it was to... If it froze a bird bath, it removed heat to, I guess, take heat, right? So if it's take heat, he thought it was give hatred if he's believing their shit. That would make sense. These ones are really hard. I think these like meta story ones are probably harder than anything in Golden Idol 1. It's really, really dependent on this brute force, well, not brute force, but doing the syntax heavy lifting where you're like, okay, this has to be past tense, so that at least narrows down a lot of the blue verbs that it could be. During a noun. Yeah. These would be, like, I'm able to do this because we did this all in one 5-hour stream, but if I was, you're right, if I was doing this over sub-blocks with, like, months between them, this would be very difficult. I basically have to look at everything from scratch again. During a board inspection, tried to set it to... He's probably trying to get empathy, right? Or take hatred, maybe? It's either going to be take hatred or give empathy. But actually set it to give heat. Okay, that makes more sense. Otherwise, it would have been cold at that point, which caused a fire, right? Started a fire? Hey, nice. That's what we'll be doing with this device next. Oh, shit. Can I go back and watch those? What this is? It cause all sorts of legal problems. Totally unscientific. Where's our control group? Sounds good to me. I'm sure the universe will guide us. Excellent. Full steam ahead, then. What a fucking dipshit, man. It's a great job writing that dipshit, though. Making sure I didn't miss something from this last time. I don't think I did. Cool. Really enjoying this sequel so far. It seems like it's an improvement on the original in just about every way. I do wish it had a couple of those quality of life features, like being able to click on a word and see all the places you got it from. I don't think that would be problematic if they added it. Maybe we'll see that in Golden Idol 3.